In the year 1993, became the first. With that, he became the first modern Swedish artist to have a comic album published in the United States. I'd like our guests to please first tell about the work that they have done and their experiments with the animation, whatever, I mean, in their whole career. Please. Can we start from you?
Sure. Well, Shane and I created a feature-length animation over the last 8 years about a road trip that we did together in the year 2000, where we traveled across Canada hitchhiking, and it's just memoiring the journey that was kind of a crazy time, and we decided to make a movie about it. But we did it with very low-tech means. Like, we just used a very simple, accessible program called Flash, and spent our sweet time making it. But can you add? You may as well talk too.
Well, yeah, I guess working on a movie for 8 years is it does allow you a lot of sort of the changes in your life kind of come through in your drawings, and so your work evolves over that time. And so our film, it's sort of like we worked chronologically with it, so it yeah, stylistically and technically it kind of evolves as it goes through the film.
Yeah, it starts out relatively simple because our computer's capabilities were very simple too when we started out in 2005, and as the years progressed, computers became like higher quality, and so our file sizes could get bigger, and so you see that in the movie because we made the movie from like the beginning, yeah, chronologically, like Shane said. So it's this kind of interesting thing where the movie slowly becomes more complicated and more slick. By the end, it's kind of like it's something different.
Yeah. And what else? Does that seem like
it's a true story?
Oh yeah, it's a true story. Does that kind of answer the question, sort of?
Sure. Mr. Anderson, would you like to speak something about your?
Yeah, I can. Well, my history of filmmaking and doing comics is a little bit unusual. I did comics from a very early age, and then in my mid-20s I switched to film because I got more interested in that, and I started doing short films in different animation techniques, and this was in the late 80s. And then because of those short films that were shown in some festivals and won some awards, I got at one point I got a kind of grant from a Swedish film festival, and this grant consisted of 2 kilometers of film. So I asked for 2 kilometers of Super 8 film because that's what I was used to working with. But at that moment I had gotten interested in comics again, so I was in the middle of a comics project. So I put this all this Super 8 film that I got, I put it in my freezer at home to use it maybe a little bit later, I thought. But then I got more and more into comics, and I did a lot of books, and it took almost 15 years until I got into my new film project, which became Tito on Ice. And then I actually took that film, this Super 8 film, from the freezer. It had been there for almost 20 years, and I used it for the animated sequences in this film. So it's the film itself. It's not based on a book, but there is a book that was sort of one of the reasons why we made the film, and it's this book. It's called Bosnian Flat Dog. It's a graphic novel, and it's interesting because there's some similarities to your project, because this was a comic that I did together with another artist, and we did everything together, the drawings, and we're writing the script. And it was about a journey that we did in ex-Yugoslavia in 1999, and the war had the civil war had just ended few years earlier, and there was still lots of traces of the war still there. And this left such a strong impression on us that we felt we needed to do something, and that's why we did the book. And once we had finished the book, we got invited to a sort of exhibition tour through the countries of former Yugoslavia to show the artwork from the book. And to make it a little bit more interesting, we thought we brought along a life-size puppet that was supposed to be the mummy of Josip Tito, the president of Yugoslavia. And so my wife Helena, who is also a photographer, she started to document this trip that we did with a video camera, and that was the basis for the documentary. And once we had all the video material, I started doing the animation sequences and expanded it sort of into a feature. So that was, I'm sorry if I couldn't tell it any shorter.
Can we have some questions from the media?
Or I was just going to add one thing that Max reminded me of about our movie is that the computer that Shane worked on, while doing our animation, we funded it by doing a lot of construction and rebuilding houses in Canada. And while we were at the dump one day, we found there was a pile of computers, and we thought, oh, maybe these will work, and we just grabbed them when no one was looking. And then and it turned out to be an amazing computer, better than my computer that I'd bought. And Shane used that for a lot of our animating.
Yeah, I'm still using that one.
Anyway,
just barely.
Thought I'd add that.
Mr. Anderson, can you also tell us something about your comic book Death and Candy?
The comic Death and Candy was it's a comic book that was published in the United States by a publisher called Fantagraphics, and I think it came out in like four issues. It was only my comics, and because it's kind of a dream I always had since I was a kid to have my own comic book that was published regularly, and so that was nice to be able to do that. I did this in the 90s, from 1999 to 2005, I think. But the market for comic books, for independent comic books, it's much more difficult now than it was then. So now it's more. I think the comics market gravitated more towards graphic novels, which is also nice. So but it's another thing.
Do we have questions for our guests? Yes, please.
Question is to all three of you. Do you think comic books, the language used in comic books kind of is not very helpful in the learning process for a child? Or do you think it's an introduction to reading, further reading?
I know for myself, I actually, my parents gave me comic books before I could read, so I would read those comics, but I couldn't read the alphabet yet, so I just looked at the pictures and I sort of created the story the way I thought it would be. So I sort of made my own stories out of those because I couldn't read them. So I actually thought at that time that comics was like the medium that everyone used to express themselves, artistically. So that's why I started doing comics already then. And then I learned to read the alphabet, and then I got it. Oh, like it's a total mistake. Everybody actually writes and reads books, but then it was too late because I already learned. I think it changes your brain. So the language of comics sort of permanently made my brain into function in a way that I have to express myself through comics.
Mm. Yeah, definitely. I would I would agree that comics would help, like, bridge the way towards understanding how to read. Yeah, like because if you just start out with some abstract black squiggles that you know, this is not a snake, this is not really a ladder, but it kind of could be. Like an S could be a snake, H could be a ladder. This could be a little ramp that has a set of stairs inside a building or something. Like they, as just black shapes, they're not necessarily, the combination of those things is not my name. So it's like, but maybe to a kid it might be, it's possible, but I think if it's surrounded by like tangible sort of like representational things, then, you know, it's gonna help. And especially when like certain words in the comic books are sort of like, I guess the word is onomatopoeia, like if it's like blam, and then the words like are shaped like an explosion, you know, like I think it helps. And then kids want to sound those out, I think, and then that's how it starts for sure.
Yeah, they pretty much covered it. But I would say personally, I think not in words. I think in pictures, and so I don't know how. And I read comics a lot as a kid, and I actually I could read, but I didn't read as much. I would mainly just investigate the pictures. So for me, it didn't really help me to read, to look at comics, but maybe it did introduce me to it, like Shane was saying, because I can read now. But
I don't think I think it doesn't do any damage. You know, I think children should absolutely read comics.
Yes.
And,
Yeah,
and it's interesting because reading comics is a special kind of literacy. You need to learn this, and because I noticed a lot of people who didn't grow up reading comics, mostly older people, but it could be also younger people who just didn't read comics as a child. They have problems actually reading comics because they don't. It seems to me that they don't know how to combine the pictures and the words, because you need to do this simultaneously when you look at a comic. But what they do is they read the words and then they look at the pictures, which is not the proper way. You won't get the real experience of reading comics that way.
Mm. Yeah, it's not much different than a subtitled movie, really. It's just kind of locked in time, like you're not dragged through it. You can do it at your own speed. So otherwise, it's kind of just like a movie. Mm.
Animated movies are doing big business.
A lot
Really?
of animated films are enormous successes at the box office, especially the American ones. You know, Marvel Comics and.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
heard about this. Yeah. Nice.
yeah, we haven't experienced that really.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're very independent. Like Seth and I did all the animation for our film, and all the voices and the storytelling and writing. So, you know, our crew is basically just 2 people, and it's quite an independent undertaking. And also, it's not a traditional narrative structure that we follow, and so it's not easy to become a commodity. And I think we're kind of outside of the mass marketing sort of animation bracket.
Does that then make the independent filmmaker
The disadvantage, you know, because the big studios can make huge movies because they have, you know, the.
I wouldn't. Oh, sorry. I wouldn't think so. I think like I prefer the way that we made our movie compared to something that's very slick. And Max was saying that the other day during his talk. It was like, which I liked.
Yeah,
that,
like oh, sorry.
You don't need super slick drawings to tell a story. You can tell a story any way you want. And
I think sometimes a big budget and a lot of technology can actually limit the creativity of the movie, because it becomes something that's standing in an obstacle in the way of your imagination, because it's just it's a too big thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the integrity of it is compromised when people are saying like, you know, maybe you guys should change this part. I think more people might like it if you change this about it. you know, maybe this character should have green hair and this person should have a pointier nose or whatever. It's like, and then you're just kind of, you know, it's not necessary to do that stuff, and it'll just compromise the integrity of your film sometimes. Too many cooks in the kitchen kind of thing.
Yeah. And too much caution, just because
Right,
it might
censorship.
damage profits. Maybe we should change it a little bit to make it more accessible to a large audience.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's one thing connected between our films is that, yeah, we didn't make it something that everybody would like. We made it more for ourselves. I don't know. I don't want to speak for Max, but I would imagine that.
No, I agree.
Yeah. Well, and Max's film was at the end in the credits. It says it was all the materials used for creating the stop motion animation were gathered from recycling for lots of like cardboard and sort of things that would have ended up in the garbage became part of the arsenal for his visual language.
Which is that reminds me when I first started animating, learning how to animate in Flash. I would hang out I wasn't actually taking the class at the university I was going to. I would just hang out in the classroom where they were working on their computers, and I'd go through their garbage cans, and then like reanimate the dead animations that were in there, kind of, and like dissect them and change their symbols. And very
It's
fun.
a good way to learn. Yeah.
My question is the relationship between animation films and comics. How faithful is you have to be to the written word?
Well, I think the one thing that was like Shane and I also are comic makers and zine makers of like, you know, independent kind of self-published kinds of things, and going to animation is kind of like the ultimate thing where you can bring in all the sounds you might make, you know, or the music that you might be thinking of, and it kind of makes it a more full thing that's extremely exciting to watch once it's done.
Yeah.
It's way more painful than making a comic, but to make everything move, but way more gratifying once it's done.
I actually disagree, because I think for me doing comics is harder actually than doing film. Film of course takes a long time, but it's more work doing a comic, because it's there's so much.
Layout.
No, just that doing comics you have to do everything sort of in your own handwriting, and there's also no room for accidents, which is what I like with doing a film, is that it's more unpredictable for me. Things happen because it's a technical process when you photograph something that you didn't expect, and with comics nothing happens until I actually draw it with my pen, and there's no accidents in that sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Have you seen Indian examples of animated work or comics? Are you aware of the Indian comic book
Scene or animated scene? Have you seen any examples?
I've only seen like religious comics, like, and amazingly like psychedelic kind of Indian religious comics with. Pardon?
Religious comics.
The like Siddhartha and I'm not fully sure what some of the other ones were because they were in a different language.
Yeah. Please tell us about them.
Yeah, we'd love to check them out. That's a great comic.
Yeah, they have they've been doing it last 40, 50, 60 years.
Oh wow.
The publication is Amar Chitra Kada.
Uh-huh. We were checking out. There's a Goa muralist that we were checking out in the.
That's in English also. That
The
is in English also.
Mario de.
He's English.
Yeah, it's in English.
Sorry.
Oh, Mario de.
Mario
amazing.
Miranda, and so
Miranda.
he passed away a couple of years ago. He used to live in a village not far from here.
Uh-huh.
I mean, he lived in Bombay for many years and then he came back.
Oh, nice.
He traveled right across the world and had exhibitions and had a lot of prizes. Mario Miranda, I think that's one you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's amazing.
There's a Comic Con in Bombay if you're interested in attending.
Yeah. When?
Later this month.
Oh, wow.
December. I'm sorry, it's in December, early December.
December what date?
Oh, I don't remember the dates, but it's early December. It's at a place called Goregaon, which is in the suburbs, where there's a huge exhibition hall, Comic Con. Yeah.
Yeah, we have to.
You might like to go.
I want to go so badly, but we both promised someone in Toronto that we'll be there on December 3rd.
Oh.
And it takes us 2 days to get home for some reason. Well, for the reason that it's very far away, but so I don't think we can go, unfortunately. But maybe next year we could come back, Mikey.
Yeah.
My question is that you said that big budget limits creativity. What about technology? Has technology helped the cause of animation, or that's also limiting?
I wouldn't say it's limiting. I would say you can make just as good a movie with no budget as with $1 billion. I just think, yeah, like I think it's easy to, like in my personal opinion, it's like I've seen amazing blockbuster, movies, and I've seen amazing no-budget movies. So.
Yeah, the technology is just a tool. So even if you have the best software and you can do 3D digital animation, if the person who actually does the animation can't do it right, it's not going to be good. So it's just.
Yeah, and I think like it comes down to like sort of fundamental parts of being human, like with storytelling, and I think it's like based in trust. Like if you're working with your friend, you're gonna have established like trust and respect for each other's work, whereas if it's a business deal, it's like there's all kinds of other factors and nobody will trust anybody. They need proof and so you need storyboards and you need to sort of prove everything, and then it's sort of all this extra work is created in making something that's guaranteed to be a successful business venture for somebody else. And so the trust is compromised, I think, usually.
Unless when you're dealing with lots of money.
Especially when you're first starting out, like in Canada there's, you sort of have to have a feature that has a theatrical run before you can apply for funding from certain like certain national film institutions like Telefilm Canada. You can't just like the average person couldn't just say, I've written an amazing script and I got a video camera, like let's do this. You have to prove yourself first and have a feature that's shown in theaters, and then you can sort of step to like the bigger funding bodies and stuff.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's a big difference between doing things independently without financing and to actually have a big budget is that we don't have the marketing capabilities that they do. So once I've finished my film, there's no channels for me to actually market it. So there's a lot more work that we have to do personally just to make our films known and get some kind of exposure. And that is really a big problem, I would say.
Thank you for inviting us to go. All right, not to
There's like
just to add to that.
But yeah, it's just like it's like an analogy could be drawn towards like any kind of machine-made goods, like this bottle or whatever, like maybe 100 years ago it would be clay and it would be super beautiful, and now it's like moderately beautiful at best, and it's killing whales and in the ocean when it floats away from the town, and it's and they're all kind of the same, and there's that kind of thing happens too when you introduce lots of money into it. Polishing things too much, generic things.
Is there any specific audience at the back of your mind when you begin with the animation film?
Friends.
Audience, specific, make it for a specific audience or?
Yeah, generally friends and family.
It's like children only.
Oh. Well, yeah, the same thing. Like, I want my grandma to watch it, and I want my nieces and nephews, my youngest nieces and nephews, to watch it. Although, no, maybe because our film has a lot of swearing and a lot of adult content, so
Yeah.
maybe PG-14 to 94, my grandma's age. So.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. I was totally struggling with that actually, with with language, like using the foul language, but we just went for it because just to be true to what really happened, because we're trying to tell a story, and we just included everything. So it's not really suitable for kids.
Because we met a lot of terrible people on our journey.
Mr. Scriber and Mr. Ehrman, I was coming to that actually. My question is, do you think the misconception that animation is exclusively for children is still prevalent in probably?
I think a lot of people will dismiss movies when they're animations, but it's not that bad. I think a lot of people, it just depends. Like I've heard that a couple times since being in India, where people will be like, no, I don't really, I don't go to animations, and there'll be a stigma on it too in North America, but I don't think it's too much of a problem.
Which kids are most popular in reading comics? Which country or which kids in which country are most interested in comics? Is there any specific? For games, I say in Japanese kids they play the most.
I think in Japan
because you get an opportunity in America where all kids are, and most of these Japanese kids would be playing computer games specifically.
I think for mainstream comics, for commercial comics, I think then there is a kind of a competition, and this market has the computer games has definitely taken a part of this market, but for our kind of comics, this independent small publisher comics, it doesn't make a difference because our readers, it's not that kind of an audience.
Other than your country, where would you launch your product? If you are given a global opportunity to show your product, which was the second country?
I think France is a very good market for comics because they have a long tradition, and they also they support it. The state supports comics, which is also the case in Sweden, where I come from, which is good. And I would say the United States is a good market also, just because it's big and there's a lot of publishers. And Japan is very special because the biggest part of the market is a manga. So the foreign comics, they're treated like another kind of medium. Actually, they have two. I noticed when I was there, they have two words. So Japanese comics is manga, and any foreign comics is comic. So it's two different things.
My question is for all of you. Do you find the animation films, the kind of films you make, are they economically viable? What is your experience? Do you be able to get the cost back you put in?
Well, not yet, no. But we're getting it feels like hanging out in a basement for however long we were in the cold. Now it's like is the payment coming to India. We were saying to each other, like, now it makes sense why we made this animation.
No, I agree.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, experience. Being warm and weaving through that traffic on the way back from the airport, I was just like so relieved, like to be completely like blown away by being here. It was awesome.
We're also in a privileged, or at least Shane and I are in a privileged kind of situation where we were able to pay back all the money that we borrowed to make this film, and so we don't owe anyone money. So now we can just enjoy life with the movie, you know.
Yeah, it was kind of like our investment was our sweat, and like, you know, kind of like he's got carpal tunnel in his arm, I've got weird bursitis in my elbow now, and we're not totally hunchback yet, but it's kind of like, and then so it's sweat equity, and then I guess the payment isn't necessarily money. It's like experiences and just sharing it and being sort of like humbled by sort of like its failures to communicate and how to keep working and to make things more universal for more of the world. Like it's been really, really great to come here.
My question is, do you think animation is becoming a part of mainstream cinema, and whether that's good sign or not?
I think there is almost like a trend since a few years to use animation especially in documentaries, which is interesting development, and it's good because I think generally people will accept animation more and more as just a way of expressing things. But I also noticed that because it's a trend, sometimes people use it without really having an idea about why or how to use it. They just feel that maybe their film isn't working, and then they think, okay, let's try put in some animation. But if that's the only idea, then it's a bad idea.
Yeah, I feel like using more animation it makes sense, because then in film you can make anything possible, not necessarily through just hand-drawn, but through CGI and stuff. You can sort of like extend what's possible. Like, we could rip the roof off this room pretty easily with animation, and we'd have like sunshine just beaming in here for a second and put it back on if we wanted or whatever. But so it's great in that way, but I guess the other side of that would be like sort of like neglecting the body, and sort of like being just focused in the mind, like with what you were mentioning with video games too. It's a similar thing, and making your planning is just too conceptual and the body gets neglected. I guess our bodies might think it's bad, but otherwise it's great.
Yes, please. I think it's the last question. Yeah.
I'd like you to share with us your thoughts on the best and the worst animation films that you've seen, which may or may not include your own. And I would like especially your responses to Asterisks, the comic and the movies that were made, and Tintin, the comic and the movie. Yeah, the animation. I mean, Spielberg used, I'm sure you've seen it, right?
Yeah.
Tintin.
Yeah.
I came to India when I was 12, or maybe I was 11 or 12, and it was the first time I saw Asterix and Obelix, and I bought a whole bunch of them, and it was my main memory of being in India was reading comics. But my bag was stolen when I got back to Toronto, so I only have the memory of the Asterix and Obelix because I couldn't find it again in Canada. So that's my relation to Asterix and Obelix. I love the comics.
Yeah.
But I guess. Well, I don't want to diss any movies, so I'm not going to say the worst.
Yeah, what would you?
I'll think about it for a second. What?
Worst animation.
The worst one. The worst one I saw recently, and I feel bad because I feel bad to say it because I don't want to diss anyone. And lots of people liked it, so maybe I shouldn't feel bad. It's one of the most popular internet cartoons I've heard. But it was called Dick Figures, and I don't know, I just didn't enjoy it. It's kind of like a pun on stick figures, I guess. But I don't know, it was very low quality joking for me. Like, I don't know, it wasn't my taste. So.
And it's all smut.
It wasn't smut, no, it was just, it was kind of like South Park, but not being clever. It was just the dumb jokes, and everything clever taken out. Don't quote me on that.
I can't remember the name of the movie, but some of the favorite stuff I ever saw was this Jan Spunkmeyer's stop motion stuff, claymation work, just blew my mind when I saw it. But yeah, the worst, I'm drawing a blank, I'm sorry, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of really good animation. The first movie I saw in a movie theater when I was 6 years old, I think, was The Jungle Book, the Disney version, which is actually it's probably the best, I think, today Disney film ever made, because it has such good character animation, and it's just amazing. And so that was because I think the things you see really early in life when you're a kid, those are the things that makes the biggest impression on you, so you have them with you all your life. So I was lucky to see something really good, and that really influenced me in many ways, I think. And then, of course, later on, as an adult, I would also say Schwankmeyer, the Czech animator. And there's two twin brothers, the brothers Quaid, who were a little bit influenced by Schwankmeyer, also did some very, very, very good films. And recently the best film I've seen is called Consuming Spirits. It's an American film, also this kind of really low-budget, independent feature film by one guy who was working on it for 15 years, something in his basement. And it's very sad, very tragic story about people, alcoholic people in a small town in the Midwest with very sad lives. And, but it has great dialogue and very good characters, which I think is one of the main things you really have to take, you really have to work with, even in animation. If you don't have that, it's going to be difficult. And the worst, it's very, very difficult. I don't know.
I wish I hadn't said anything.
There's one guy who's doing sometimes, now I don't remember his name, it's an American director, and he did something with actors, I think Keanu Reeves was in it, and so they had really good actors, and they shot everything with live, and then for some reason they decided to process everything and make it look like animation, but in a really, really bad way. And they didn't work with animators, they worked with, I think, engineers who just understood the software. And I was so disturbed, because I could see there was really good acting behind it. I wanted to see the actors, and there was this screen of really, really bad animation between me and the possibilities of this film. But I don't think
I'm sorry, you were going to say something, right?
Yeah. I have a question.
I don't know, sorry.
As a European and Canadians, do you feel swamped by America, the American entertainment industry, the film industry? Do you feel swamped? Or do you?
I think there's a good community of people doing independent things, and we're appreciated when people see something that it's not the standard Hollywood kind of or mainstream kind of production. I think people appreciate it a lot, and I don't feel swamped by it at all.
It's kind of like it's good to have a contrast, because then you can be sort of self-aware, to sort of have something to fight against or something. It's kind of nice in a weird way, creatively.
I would add that I also like commercial mainstream animation sometimes. I don't have a problem with it if it's well done. But I like the Ice Age films, for instance, because they have sort of taken the tradition of the Bugs Bunny and this kind of animation to a new level. So it's not a problem that they exist. I don't have a problem with it.
And we now have one last question, please.
What is the most important thing for you to put emotions? Is it voiceover, or the script, or the graphics?
Well, I think that I'm sort of evolving with my animating techniques so that I'll kind of get more into like different parts of the face and drawing the expressions according to the audio. So yeah, facial expressions probably the most important one, I think, or it's the most what I'm into right now.
What was the question again? Sorry.
I want to know
How you
What
put
is the
emotions
most-
to
to
the
put emotions into animation films. Which aspect is most important? Voiceover, script, or the graphics?
I think I think it helps a lot with good quality sound. Because you can imagine, it's like listening to the radio or something. It's like you can imagine more what's happening, but you have to be clever also with the graphics, because you know it can go wrong too. But you have to make it a little bit expressive, like at least talking about our animation, because it's very simple but detailed in a way.
Yeah. I think, sorry, just one quick thing, like audio is very, very real. So whether it comes from your speaker or from my mouth to your ear, it's kind of the same. So you're physically sort of tricked easier. So I think it's probably the most important, actually, the audio.
And I would add that in my case, because in this film I was working with objects. It's not drawings really, it's objects, and I noticed that lighting is very, very important. So I worked a lot. I think most of the time I put into this. I put into just setting up the lighting for the set to get it just right, because that's where a lot of the emotions come in somehow. I don't know how this works, but it seems that lighting sort of transmits emotions if you do it right.
Last question. Is there anything you should have told us that we ought to have asked you but we didn't? So please tell us. Is there anything you'd like to say that we ought to have asked and haven't?
No.
Like to share that we should have asked and hasn't occurred to us?
Yeah, I can't.
Maybe, well, I guess just about the screening and the experience of being here, like, yeah, it's been kind of humbling, I guess, like with just the ability to convey the story. It was kind of, I was surprised, like, I was a little worried that it came across as being like very hard to understand, like when it was screened. And so, yeah, that was my experience, and yeah, it was a good learning experience, I guess.
So would you like to add something?
No, just well, for my personal, this isn't about film or animation or anything. Just for me coming to India, because I don't eat meat, and for me traveling is often very difficult because I can't find anything to eat really, and that's why I really love coming to India, because here you have a vegetarian kitchen which is thousands of years old, a tradition that's so many things that I can eat. So I'm so happy.
Thank you so much. Thank you, dear guests, and thank you, your friends. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was great. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Neha.
Oh, Neha.
From the Press Information Bureau that's conducting the press conference.
Are you selling them in euros? Price?
Well, I can.
Anil, please come.
So, good afternoon, friends. The regulars at the Iffi are aware that every alternate, we also hold a regular press conference of the Films Division Mumbai, which conducts the Mumbai International Film Festival for short and documentary films. This is one of the unique festivals which promotes the documentary movement and the short film movement in the country. Today, to share details about this this event, I have with me the Director General of Films Division, Mr. V.S. Kundu. He is a senior IAS officer from Haryana, Qatar. After he has taken over in Films Division, you all know, the journalists from the earlier generation know that Films Division has always been known for the newsreels and the documentaries and all those things. And after Mr. Kundu has taken over, he has tried to give a new dimension to its activities because in the changing days, the requirements have changed. The changing technology, the changing taste, everything needs refocusing of Films Division, which he has been ably been doing. And I'm sure, besides giving information, Mumbai International Film Festival, Mr. Kundu will also tell about the new initiatives taken by the Films Division, which is one of the pioneering organizations of the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, because it has been with an important responsibility of documenting change in the country. And it has done so. I won't take much of your time. With me, we also have Anil Kumar. He is almost like the programming sutradhar of the festival. Very knowledgeable person. And then, not taking much of the time, I would request Mr. Kundu to give his opening remarks, and after that we will throw open the floor for discussion. And along with that, a press release has also been prepared, and that has been given to all of you, which gives skeleton details about the festival. But of course, I'm sure, the documentary movement and the short film movement needs a push, and I'm very happy with the presence of the journalists today for this press conference. It's over to Mr. Kundu, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Manish. And a very, very good morning, actually a good afternoon now, to all of you ladies and gentlemen. Films Division is one of the oldest organizations set up in the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. It was set up in 1948. I'll just briefly tell you a little bit about the history of Films Division. Most of you know about it, but just to kind of revisit it. And then we'll talk about MIF, and if time permits, we'll talk about the other initiatives that Films Division has taken up in the, say, last few years. In 1948, this organization was set up essentially to act as a bridge for communicating between the government and the people of the newly independent country. We did have a legacy in Information Films of India, which was set up in 1942, essentially to propagate some thoughts or agenda of the British government at that time. But then it was realized that this is a very powerful medium which immediately connects with the people. And therefore, after 1947, when the country got independent, Photo Division and Films Division was set up. Films Division at that time was tasked with the preparation of newsreels about all the initiatives of the government, all the happenings in the country, and to take them to the citizens through screenings in the cinema theaters and in the tented cinemas which came across at all melas and social gatherings in the rural landscape of the country at that time. And it, for a long time, it was probably the only means of audiovisual communication with the citizens of the nascently independent country. I would also like to share with you the very interesting piece of information that the first International Film Festival of India was actually organized in 1952 by Films Division. That took place in Delhi, and that is how this whole series of Iffi, the whole phenomenon actually started. And also the promotion of cinema as a medium of artistic expression actually took its roots in the country, which led to films like Do Bigha Zameen and Bimal Roy's other films, and Pather Panchali and Ritik Ghatak and Mrinal Sen's films coming in. Because 1952 was probably the first exposure of Indian filmmakers to world cinema and what was happening at the cutting edge of the art of cinema. So with that kind of a legacy, now of course things have changed, and Films Division has over a period of time, over the last 60 years, it has also changed its approach, it has changed its mandate, it is now looking towards a number of other things apart from being a production house. We still make newsreels, but not in the shape of newsreels. We are creating now audiovisual history of the country on the go, which is to be archived for posterity. We are a production house. We have about 400 technical people on the rolls of Films Division. We produce films. We also promote films by outside independent filmmakers, particularly new filmmakers, to help them launch into a cinema career. And we also organize a very important event called Mumbai International Film Festival. This basically happened because in the late 80s and 90s, we realized that a lot of independent filmmakers came in. A lot of the products of Film and Television Institute of India, instead of going into feature filmmaking, actually went into the genre of short films and documentary filmmaking. And we started realizing that it is about time we had an independent festival for documentaries, short films and animation. I would also like to inform you that in the 1960s and 70s, path-breaking work was done in these genres, in the art of cinema again. So experimental films, experimental documentary films, and experimental animation films were initiated in Films Division. Work of filmmakers like Pramod Pati, Ram Mohan, Mani Kaul. In fact, all major filmmakers in the country today have at some point of time made films with Films Division. And many of them have launched their careers with Films Division by making a film for Films Division. So in 1990, the first separate documentary and short film and animation film festival was held in Mumbai. It was called Bombay International Film Festival. And it was designed as a biennial, so it was held every 2 years. And 12 editions of that festival have taken place so far. And I'm really happy to say that almost the entire lot of documentary filmmakers in the country who are now independently working have been influenced and inspired by MIF at some point of time. In fact, MIF has been responsible for a number of them having gone into documentary filmmaking rather than into feature filmmaking or television serial making. So in that sense, MIF has an enormous amount of goodwill in the filmmakers, documentary filmmakers of the country here. We have over the years built up bridges with a lot of international documentary film festivals, and Mumbai International Film Festival is definitely the largest documentary and short film festival in the country. It's one of the largest in Asia, and it's also one of the top 10 international documentary film festivals. The next edition, 13th edition of MIF is going to take place from 3rd February to 9th February 2014. We of course started preparing for this a few months earlier, and now of course we are building up to the event, and the major preparations are already in the sense that the maps are in place and we are now going through the processes of completing the preparations. We have received a fair amount of entries this time. We have introduced some changes also, which I'll be talking to you in greater detail. We have received, this time, we have received entries from 34 countries. About 588 entries have been received in the national section, about 205 in the international section. And 34 countries have participated. Apart from this, we will also be inviting a few very prominent films which have been made in the last 2 years. So that audiences in India can be exposed to those films. We have also introduced in the current edition a few new categories of awards. We have actually restructured the award process completely. We have, in fact, we have retained the award money that was given away in the festival, but we have reoriented it in, in tandem with the demand of the stakeholders, in a sense. So what we have done is technical awards have been instituted this time. So for documentary films, there are technical awards for the best cinematographer, the best editor, and the best sound recordist. For short fiction films, again we have the best cinematographer, best editor, and the best sound recordist. For animation films, we have the best animation, best animator, and the best sound recordist awards. These awards have been instituted for the first time. Each of these awards carries a cash prize of 1 lakh rupees and a certificate. Apart from this, of course, we have the traditional breakup. There's a featured documentary award, so the best documentary award for film above 40 minutes. The cutoff duration for a feature-length film we have retained at 40 minutes. So there's an award of 5 lakh rupees which is to be shared by the director and the producer of the film, whichever is declared as the best film. And 3 lakh rupees goes to the director and 2 lakh rupees goes to the producer. The idea, and this has been done for each of the sections. So in the international and national sections, the best documentary below 40 minutes, the best documentary above 40 minutes. In the international section, the best animation film also, and the best short fiction film, both national and international. Now the producer also shares this award. And the thought behind this is that we need more and more producers and financiers to come up and start supporting documentary filmmaking and short filmmaking. If you remember, in the earlier editions, we used to give a special prize to one producer in each of the sections. And we thought that this will be more inclusive and this will have a greater impact for the documentary movement in the country. Apart from this, IDPA, that is the Indian Documentary Producers Association, has always supported us by granting one award for the best student film in the national category. And Dada Sahab Phalke Chitranagari has also supported us for the best debut film of a director traditionally. In addition to that, an award has been instituted for the most innovative film, and it is named after Mr. Pramod Pati, who had done path-breaking work in the 1960s and 70s. And he had worked mostly for Films Division. So the Pramod Pati Award for Most Innovative Film, this will run across the whole competition. And it carries again a trophy and a cash prize of 1 lakh rupees. We have also instituted an award to engage or involve the audiences in the process of granting of awards. And so we have instituted an award for the most popular film, which will be actually voted by the audiences at the time of MIF. And this award will also carry an award of 1 lakh rupees along with the trophy. So this is by and large the award restructuring that we have done in this particular edition. We are also planning to reorient the activities of the festival and make them more purposeful, more meaningful, more gainful for the stakeholders, for the filmmakers, for the cine lovers, and for the audiences. So apart from enriching the content in terms of the screening of films, we are also holding some events on the sides. There are 2 lead-up events that have been planned. There is a festival called Cine Kids in Holland, which is the largest children film festival in the world. They, along with an NGO called Lenep Media in Holland, have partnered with MIF to bring a children film festival and a documentary making workshop to the schools in Mumbai. They will be selecting about 6 schools, and through them they will be reaching out to 60 schools and about 10,000 students who will be exposed to documentary films for children, and who will also be involved in documentary filmmaking, and the film made by those children will be screened at the opening ceremony of MIF. This event will last for about 1 week before MIF happens. Similarly, ActionAid has also collaborated with Films Division, and they are doing a festival on Our Cities, Ourselves. This is the theme of the festival. This is a festival which is being done across, with the involvement of higher education institutions, colleges and community organizations to spread awareness in the larger community in Mumbai. And this will also be a lead-up event for MIF. And we are also very proud to announce that MIF is bringing a really international pitching forum to the event this time. Brit Docs and Sundance started a pitching forum called Good Pitch a few years ago. This was started in USA, and then it was taken to UK and a few other destinations in Europe. And in India, this is being brought for the first time to MIF, and this is a permanent collaboration with MIF that is going to be there, in which 8 selected projects will be pitched before 10 panelists, and there will be separate panelists for all the 8. So there will be 80 panelists, which include producers, funders, commission editors, program agents, festival programmers, and selling agents and buying agents for distribution and television firms. So this will provide a huge platform for the Indian filmmakers to see what thoughts drive the purchase decisions or the funding decisions of major funding agencies in the world, so that they can orient their films accordingly and they can look for funding in that sense. This will happen on 4th of February in MIF. And apart from this, we are also bringing a lot of workshops. The Leipzig Documentary Film Festival, along with the Magic Lantern Foundation, has started an initiative called Doc Walk. They will be conducting a day-long workshop on funding and distribution strategies and festival strategies for documentary filmmaking. And apart from this, we will also have a lot of other master classes and workshops. We are also bringing in packages from major film festivals, major documentary film festivals. So there will be packages from Yamagata, from ITFA, from Hot Docs. We are also collaborating with the National Film Board of Canada for a package of films from National Film Board of Canada and another from the Polish Film Institute. So this time the content is really going to be super rich. The activities are going to be very meaningful. They have always been meaningful, but we are really trying very hard that the whole festival actually comes together and really delivers value to the delegates and to the participants. So this is just about it, about the festival. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to respond to them.
Yeah, right at the outset, I would like to ask you 2 questions. Number 1 is, have you already decided who will be given the Lifetime Achievement Award this year? Because in the press release it is not mentioned. And number 2 is, right from the time when the first MIF was instituted in Mumbai, I have been asking the consecutive directors why this kind of a wonderful film festival is not being made into an annual event. And every time the directors promises, by next year 100% is going to be an annual. And the second part of this question is, every year we also ask for the same kind of parallel festival in different cities in India, where others who cannot come to Mumbai can watch it.
Yeah. Okay, actually, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Actually, I missed that part in my presentation. One commitment of my predecessors has definitely been worked out, that this time we are going to hold parallel screenings of the national competition section of MIF in Mumbai in 2 screens in the suburbs and in other cities also. We have already tied up in Delhi, Chennai, Kolkata, Chandigarh and Bangalore, and we are planning to take it to some other cities as well. Now the national competition section is the most popular screening component of MIF, and therefore we are making a beginning with that, and depending on how it goes and how the experience goes in terms of requirement of resources and management issues and responses, we may take it to, we may extend it to other sections also. But we decided to start with the national section, 1 because it's the most popular, and 2 because the national filmmakers are much more approachable and much less fussy about repeated screenings. A lot of international filmmakers are not very happy when repeated screenings are done, or when a film is taken out of the festival venue. So we started with the national competition. And as relates to the other 2 queries that you have put up, regarding converting MIF into an annual event, there has been no decision by the government so far. it is still under consideration, and it does involve a certain budgetary provision, because we are a government department and the budget provision has to be made for a festival to be organized. Also, there is a little bit of division of opinion as well. I mean, there are also opinions which say that a number of festivals in the world are biennial and they function very well. And are there enough documentary films being made in the country to justify an annual festival? But either way, it has neither been decided to convert it into an annual festival yet, nor is the case completely closed. So maybe we will organize a discussion around this at MIF and see if we can really come to some kind of a conclusion. And then, of course, the filmmakers have to really make their voice heard. If they really want to get this converted into an annual event, there are definite advantages in having an annual event, because then it becomes a part of our annual calendar, and the periodicity itself is a compelling thing. Because when an event happens once in 2 years, every time it's like setting up a new festival. Whereas if it happens annually, there's a certain amount of momentum which is carried over into the next year. So there are definite advantages in that. But a decision is yet to be taken on that. So I will not promise that it will happen. But I definitely will start a dialogue on this. I'll try and have a session on this within MIF, or maybe on the outskirts of MIF, or I'll request Mr. Sanskar Desai, who is here, to have this discussion in the open forum in MIF, because they are also hold the open forum.
And the lifetime achievement award.
Let me finish that. Lifetime Achievement Award is actually selected. The awardee is always selected by a committee which is set up by the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. We have already requested the ministry to do that. This time we had also invited nominations from a large section of the public, and we have received some nominations also. But again, it is the committee that will take a final decision on this, and that committee is very soon to be constituted. So we don't know who it is going to be given to right now.
Mr. Gundu,
one second. Chaturvedi.
I want to ask you one question. Birthplace of a cinema is a documentary only. Now the thing is that cinema is very popular and documentaries are not popular so much, which we are seeing. I am also started writing on documentaries first, then cinema. I want to know how you can make it popular. All the people of the country can see documentary. Previously it was shown in the cinemas. Now it is cinemas. Nobody is showing the documentary. So how can we make more popular the documentaries?
That's a very valid question, and actually this is a question that I have been asking many documentary filmmakers myself. And we are really working hard at at taking up initiatives for this. Primarily, this requires audience development. What has happened is because of the nature of entertainment, and because of the almost takeover of popular cinema by the entertainment industry, which is much easier to feed to the public. It is much easier because documentaries have more serious content, and therefore it is not that easy to digest it or to ingest it, and therefore there is a certain amount of reluctance in bringing audiences to documentary film screenings. But we also realize that a large section of Indian public is already mature in terms of being a mature cinema viewer for documentaries, and it's important that documentaries at least reach that section. And particularly with this end in view, we have started an activity called FD Zone. Now this is an activity where we actually got together a group of independent filmmakers, and we made the Films Division archives accessible to those filmmakers, and we requested them to curate a package on a weekly basis which consists of at least one Films Division film and at least one independent filmmaker's film. So they curated around a theme, and usually we also bring in the director or the crew of the independent film that is screened there, and a very interesting question and answer session also happens after the screenings. And this has been going on now for more than 1 year without a break at Mumbai in the Films Division Theatre. And seeing its popularity, it has also spread to 8 other cities in the country. So there are FD zones now working in Mumbai, Chennai, Thrissur, Coimbatore, Kolkata, Delhi, Chandigarh, and Wardha. And there is one to be imminently, soon to be set up in Bangalore and Jaipur as well.
Maybe Goa also you can take up this.
In Goa also, we had some discussions yesterday. There is a film society here which has been going on. And when we expand it to other cities, actually what we are looking for is an organization which is actively screening some films, maybe even if they are screening only feature films, but if they are actively screening films, and if a venue is available, we make the FD archives available to them. We also make available to them all the independent films that filmmakers have contributed to us in FD zone. And we also make available to them curatorial notes and information and interactions that have taken place, so that they also get educated on how to curate, how to present a film, how to build a discussion around it. Now this is a process of audience development that unfortunately has not happened in our country earlier. So this is something that needs to be scaled out, and we have already done this as a kind of a prototype. It is really, it's really bearing fruit in that sense. Everywhere that these are screened, FD zone, they witness full houses and they really witness very interesting, discussions on that.
डॉक्यूमेंट्री फिल्म को प्रोडक्शन का मिट में इस बार कुछ हो रहा है तो एनएफडीसी के प्लेटफॉर्म पे, जैसे एनएफडीसी हो रहा है फिल्म बाजार, उस पर अटेम्प्ट है।
देखिए, एक फिल्म बाज़ार को या एक फिल्म मार्केट को सेटअप करना एक लंबी प्रोसेस है और उसमें काफ़ी इन्वेस्टमेंट भी उसमें होती है, रिसोर्सेज की भी होती है। इस बार हम डेफिनेटली वी आर मेकिंग अ बिगिनिंग ऑफ अ फिल्म मार्केट, but it is just a beginning. It's extremely rudimentary. What we will do is all the films that are entered into MIF, which are selected in the competition, they will be made available to the buying agents and distributors and other representatives who are available through our archival research center. We have just set up in Films Division, which is basically a 15-station viewing room where we make all the films available on a server, and just like the viewing room here in Film Bazaar, anyone interested can actually go and watch a particular film in the duration of that. And we'll be inviting some films, we'll be selecting some additional films as well, but all the films which are entered into competition in the national level will definitely be made available, so that if some deals happen there. Along with this, we are also planning interactions. We are planning, for example, I already said there's a workshop on documentary production and strategizing. Now, as a part of that, we will also have something like a laboratory for filmmakers on how to really plan to produce a documentary film, because most of the documentary filmmakers produce their own films. So this laboratory will also be conducted there, for which we have already approached the Polish Institute, because they have an expertise in doing this kind of thing. So they will be helping us with that.
Wait a second, we'll take a question from the third row.
This is a continuation of the questions put by two gentlemen and your answer. In 2010, there was a discussion in MIF on creating a documentary culture, wherein I was one of the invitees. I'm a journalist based in Guwahati. We are also promoting documentaries in the rural areas of the Northeast. I had written Secretariat saying that journalists from those states where the physical infrastructure for cinema is not there should be invited. We call it Mofussil areas in journalistic lingo. What they will do when they come to Mumbai for the festival is they will write in the local vernacular papers, or for example, even English media, and that will create and that will promote MIF as well as documentaries. What you have just mentioned is that documentaries are again being elitist in nature. Right now, Jaipur, Goa, Bombay, Kolkata, there is a fair amount of awareness, because filmmakers come from these places mostly because of one of the other reasons. But if you can screen festivals in the rural areas, in the rural hinterland, where the physical infrastructure is not there for film as well as the general physical infrastructure, then I guess in the next 10 or 15 years you create a documentary culture. So my question is that when I had written to you, what I suggested was a fund should be earmarked for journalists from these areas to be invited to MIF each year or every couple of years. Very decent accommodation, and just the expenses are, I understand that budget is a constraint always. When they come here, they do not demand too much of a thing. They just want to cover MIF in its entirety. They will continue to write for their papers, and that is how you create a documentary culture through the newspapers. Otherwise, MIF is hardly covered. Even in the mainstream media, MIF is not covered. This has been my experience for the last 6 years. So the government has a challenge in its hand, FD has a challenge in its hand. How to create a documentary culture in the rural areas. Take it to the schools like we are doing. We are taking it to the college areas. Minimum budget, but we screen films. So I guess FD can think on the lines which I had already suggested.
I had read your mail also, and we have actually discussed that also. You see, it is not because of elitism that FD zone has started in all these major cities. It's because infrastructure is already available. As you said, budget is always a constraint, and we are a government department. For us to actually extend the budget in anything is a very tedious process. I don't want to wait for 2 years before the budget is actually given to me to make initiatives. So we start hitting the easiest, places where it's easiest to implement a thing. So wherever screen is available, because now FD zone is an activity which is not a part of my non-plan or plan budget. This is something that we just started last year. There's no money available to do it. But then we also thought, because it's a community-driven thing, so we should do whatever is possible immediately. And that is what we have done. I have not really, there is no big plan in place how to propagate it. This is something that grows. And it grows more with the involvement of the filmmakers and film lovers than with just the involvement of the government. Films division has been in existence now for about 66 years. But in 66 years, how much audience development has actually taken place? Very little. We used to have a channel for screening through the cinemas, which because of litigation and Supreme Court orders is now limited to a duration of 3 to 5 minutes. So in 3 to 5 minutes, how many documentaries can you actually show? 1. 2, it is not really a 3 to 5 minute documentary which will create the audience development or the documentary appreciation. It is at least a 20-minute documentary which will do that. Therefore, we have to now look for alternative channels. And it's a good suggestion. Depending on the budget that is made available to Films Division for MIF this year, we'll definitely try to include that.
May I be permitted to add something if
yes, go ahead.
See, donor ministry for the Northeast exists. I mean, I am being now specific in the Northeast because I know how they work. If the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting write to the donor ministry, experience says most of the funds from the donor ministry is returned to the government because the ministry fails to utilize it. Now there is a chance for you to officiate, to interact at the bureaucratic level to ensure the donor ministry funds partly the travel expenses of journalists and the FD takes care, or the Ministry of INB takes care of the stay and accommodation. I mean, something has to be worked out at your own level. Then there is the Ministry of Rural Development. Why can't we bring the ministry into picture to have journalists from, say, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Uttarakhand, to bring them here? Again, the Ministry of Rural Development will do something. If there is an inter-collaboration with the ministries, I guess funding will be taken care of.
We'll do that.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Can I ask?
We'll just come to you. He has got one small question, I believe.
This information would not be available. We can find out.
In the meantime, we can go ahead with the question, please.
Every year for International Film Festival, Film Division is to have its own exhibition. For the first time, I think this year it is not there. On the sidelines of the event. And another question is that I just wanted more information on this FD zone for Goa, the proposed FD zone. You had talks with the DSG.
That's a news for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Sir, I have 2 questions.
Let me respond to that.
Wait a second. I mean, let me respond to his question, and then next will be your turn.
See, Films Division has been doing activities in Iffi. In fact, Films Division has been participating very actively behind the scenes also. The entire print checking unit in Iffi is manned by Films Division. We also make available a lot of personnel for efficient organization of this. Last year, I remember we had done 100 years cinema expose in Kala Academy. This year, Films Division has been excused because we are setting up the National Museum of Indian Cinema in the premises of Films Division. And because that museum was to be inaugurated and the entire organization was working on a war footing to really put things in place for that inauguration. We requested the ministry that this time, please do not ask us to spare resources or attention for Iffi, and which is why our presence is not here. But this is not something that we have. It's not that we have withdrawn from it. It's only because the National Museum really needed all my attentions.
I think you may like to give some details about the National Museum of Cinema.
National Museum of Indian Cinema is a project of about 122 crore rupees, and this is going to be housed in Films Division Complex on the Pedder Road in Mumbai. And the project was started in 2010, and the first phase is now soon to be inaugurated. I think within the month of December it should be inaugurated, because we are now ready with the basics of that. The main museum, the whole museum will be in operation in another 2 years. A new building is being constructed in the premises. The construction has just started of that. It's a 10-story tower that is coming up. And the museum is going to, basically, it's a full-scale national museum on this cinema in the country, which includes feature, non-feature, everything, which also includes all the regional film industries that have grown in the country. So information about them, about the stalwarts who have done pioneering work in each regional industry, and about how technology has affected. So the entire story of how cinema has grown in the country, about the people who have played important role in the shape that it has taken in the last 100 years, that will be housed in the museum, along with artifacts and other props.
So we have four from Goa.
Yeah. FD Zone. FD Zone, well, yesterday, in fact, I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of the journalist now. Ramakant. Mr. Ramakant actually told me that there is a very active film club here. And when we were talking about FD initiatives, he said that why should there not be an FD Zone here? So I said it's absolutely, it's not only possible, it's a welcome idea. In fact, because it is an initiative which is driven by the involvement of the local people everywhere, so we wait for this response to come from a city. We are not at this point of time, we are not aggressively or actively going out to set up FD zones in different places. We are not using any other advertisement or publicity channels as of now. We are only publicizing this initiative through the social network, through the community network of say film lovers and filmmakers. And everywhere that the FD zone has actually gone, it has been set up by the initiative of a local club or a local organization which wanted to do this activity. And yesterday, Mr. Ramakant said that they have been running this, a small film society, and they have been regularly every Wednesday they meet and they screen, and the very interesting discussion takes place around it. And I was really very happy, and I immediately told him that if you're keen, we should definitely set up an FD zone here. And the advantage in that is we have 9,000 titles in the archives of Films Division. And this covers the entire gamut of history, politics, culture, events, personalities, and it's a major archive, one of the major archives in the world.
I'll go open forum.
Sure.
So sorry.
And,
okay.
And in addition to that, we have also now a sizable library of documentaries and short films which has been shared by the rights owners and the filmmakers themselves. So because of this availability of films, we have already done this, a 2-hour program, 68 times has already been done in the last 1 year. So we have 70 curated projects already available with us. So for the next 70 weeks, we can definitely supply. And by the time you run through that content, there will be maybe another 150 programs which will be available. So, and these are all selected documentaries which really, work around a theme. So that's the best way of going about it.
Yeah, you've been waiting for a long time. I'm sorry about that. Please.
Sir, I have 2 questions to ask actually. Is there any Bengali movies going to be screened? And if so, then how many, if you can tell? And one more thing, can you talk about little bit about your selection committee and the jury members?
See, the selection is not yet final, therefore I'm not in a position to comment on which film will ultimately make it. But let me give you detail of the selection process that we have followed this time. We typically receive about 600 films in the national competition, and we were not really finding filmmakers who would be able to spare 1.5 months, sit in Mumbai and actually go through the entire lot of films. So we we adopted the process that is followed by many film festivals in the world now, and we have made 2-level selection process in the current year. So there are now 6 selection committees of 3 members each, which are working in different zones in the country. And so whatever films are entered, they are sent to one particular committee by rotation. We take care that a film from a particular zone should not go to that particular zone selection committee, so it goes to some other zone. And these selection committees will then shortlist the films, and those shortlisted films will be then seen by the final selection committee, which will comprise of conveners of all these selection committees. So they will come to Mumbai and hold common screenings and then come to the final selected competition films. So this is the process that we have adopted. So right now there are 18 filmmakers in the various committees, and out of that 6 filmmakers will come to Mumbai and then they will make the final selections.
If there are no more questions, we will. You got a last question? Yeah, because I mean we will also let, if the people want to go for the open forum, I mean then we.
Just a minute. Just I wanted to add to this. He had asked a question earlier regarding screening of short films and documentaries in theaters. There was a proposal to give some royalty to these film operators or owners and all.
Theater owners.
Theater owners. What happened to that? In order to encourage them to show documentaries and short films.
No, I'm not aware of the proposal of giving them a royalty, but they have had an argument that you see, when we distribute films division distributes films to them, and then in lieu of that, because a certain cost is incurred in making the circulation prints and then transporting them to the cinema theaters, so they have to pay us 1% of their net collections for that. This has been in existence since 1952, whenever the Cinematographic Act came into existence. This was challenged by the cinema owners in the court, but Supreme Court held this levy to be a justified levy. We have requested the ministry to now reduce it and also to bring in digital theaters into the ambit of this action, Cinematography Act. Because when the distribution becomes digital, the cost of making a print or circulating a print or distributing it also comes down drastically. So this 1% may not be justified if you are distributing digital content. So that is the proposal which is under consideration now. It has been kept in abeyance for the time being because the Cinematography Act is being amended, and Justice Mudgil's committee is they have already submitted a report. So depending on what the provisions of the new Cinematography Act are, on that basis a call will be taken by the ministry.
Sir, delegation charge?
100 rupees for normal delegates and 50 for students.
Online registration करना पड़ेगा?
Yeah, we will be doing
Site?
that. From first week of December, delegate registration will be available online. And for your question, we have 40 entries from West Bengal.
I think
40 entries, but they are not selected yet, so we don't know.
Only entries.
Shine, go ahead.
Yeah, lot of films from SRFT also. Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, last question, Shine, and then we'll wind.
Can you please tell us which will be the suburban theatres to screen for journalists who can't go up to town?
In Mumbai.
In Mumbai.
Yeah, but come to NCPA because you'll participate in a lot of activities there.
Yeah. We have not yet been able to finalize that, but we are looking for 2 theatres. There is an SNDT or SNPT. SNDT Institute has 1 theatre. We are actually talking with them. So if that becomes available, that will be 1 theatre, and we'll try to have one maybe in the Goregaon or that area.
Yeah, thank you.
But in addition to that, 1 films division theatre will also be showing the screening. So if you can't really make it to NCPA, please come to films division and watch the films there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kundu, for your time, and thanks all of you for patiently listening to this press conference of Mumbai International Film Festival. Request all of you to come there. I'll be there also.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and please give it a wide publicity. We want people to make use of the festival. Thank you so much.
ओके म्हाका एक सांग तूं मिश्राची तूं करतलो ओके बरें
Hello. The afternoon tea is beautiful with four beautiful women sitting on the dais. I'm Neha Jalali and I'll be conducting the conference today. I'll just introduce our guests. We're just going to discuss about the women, of course, the work that they have done and with focus on women in films. On my right is Mauli Surya, a director and a screenwriter. The movie called What They Don't Talk About When They Talk About Love. Am I right?
Yes.
It's longer. She's also won Indonesian Film Festival Awards in the year 2008 for the film category of director, screenwriter, for the best film through fiction. Next to her is Maria Dauza, director of the movie The Tree and the Swing. Next to her is Eleni Bertis, producer of the film Joy. The movie Joy is competing at the international competition at Iffi. Next to her is the actress, beautiful Ruby Roos, of the movie The Bit Player. I'd like our guests to please tell about the work that they have done, starting from this side perhaps, and then we can questions from our friends in the media. Please.
Yes. Hello everyone. It's the film that I was doing, which is now in the Cinema of the World and in Iffi. It's called What They Don't Talk About When They Talk About Love, and it actually tells a story about teenage love. It is quite different because I think teenage love is different from love that we know, maybe like mother and child is very different. Teenage love usually are very superficial, and it is set in the school for the visually impaired in Indonesia. So it's exploring the senses these teenagers falling in love when they're not being able to see or to hear. Yes. It's been a great experience to explore that world. I think the project has been I've been developing the project since 2010 and made it into production in 2012 and premiering the film in January in 2013 in Sundance this year. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. One, please.
Hello, I am Maria Douza. I am from Greece, and I am the writer and director of the film The Tree and the Swing. This was a project I started a long time ago, and it deals with the subject of migration and the way how this affects family relationships. But I tried to deal with this migration subject in touching upon its many different forms. The migration as movement of people by force, or movement by desire, or movement by necessity. So all the three different types of migrations that we have. I started a long time ago, and at a time when in Greece we had it was the experience of having people coming to our country, immigrants, was quite new. But because of it took a long time to be made and to raise the money, etc., things were changing, and I had to change the script and adapt it to different present circumstances. So it has been transformed over the years and became what it is now. That's about that. I mean, basically, from me.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Eleni Bertis. I'm the executive producer of the film Joy, directed by Elias Yanakakis. I too am delighted and very, very happy to be here at Iffi. It's my first visit to India, so it's also an it's an incredible cultural experience. Being the only proper creative on this panel, although I do consider myself a creative producer, I would like to say that Joy is a very beautiful film in my eyes. It differentiates itself because it is shot on 35mm, which I presume sounds very indulgent in this day and age, especially in Greece going through a financial crisis. and it's in black and white, and it essentially follows the story of Hara. Hara is joy. There's a double meaning in that because it's the name of our protagonist, and it's also an expression of joy, which is a bit of a paradox if you watch the film, and I encourage you all to see the film. I think it's screening again on Tuesday. It was an incredibly intense experience because we had very limited funds. We shot the film in 18 days. And it was a collaborative effort between all the cast and crew, and especially Misa Maria Motosi, who plays the lead role, and she, I think, is exceptional in my mind. I'm happy to take any questions at the end, and if you do see the film, I do hope you enjoy it.
Hi, I represent the film The Bit Player, or in our country it's titled Extra, okay, but I think it's pretty much the same in any language, Extra, okay. Obviously, as what the title says, this is the life, it's about the life of all the extras, okay, in the Philippines, in Philippine cinema and television. But it focuses on the life of one extra, one day in the life of a bit player. When she starts, how she starts her day, with a call time, the text from the telephone booking her to go to a location shoot, and the story unfolds and unfolds as it is set against the shooting, the taping of a soap opera. Soap opera is a big thing in Philippine television. So in this movie, what's groundbreaking about this is that this is the first movie ever produced in Philippine cinema that tackles lives of extras, because extras in our country, in Philippine cinema and television, are treated very lowly. Okay, so it is quite courageous for the writers and the director and the producers to be able to come up with this movie. And second reason why it's groundbreaking, we were able to get one of the most famous and a veteran actress, really mainstream actress. She's called Miss Vilma Santos. Okay, she hardly do any movies, any projects anymore. But for this, because it's like her tribute to all the big players in our country, she accepted it without fee, without waiving her fees. Okay. Because maybe she knew if she would charge, it would cost already the entire production budget. But anyway, it talks about the inside story, what happens inside the production, the taping of a soap opera, where you hire big players to do the role of a passerby, the role of a maid, the role of all those dispensable characters in the film or in the television soap opera. I played the role of the talent caster. Okay, it is very significant. This film is very significant to me because not that it brought me here in my first international film festival here in Iffi, Goa. It also gave me the recognition of a best supporting actress in the country, and the lead actress got the best actress award. So I represent here now, not just myself, not just my country, but all the big players that I have been working with for the past 10 years.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like the audience to put any questions in case they have. Yes, please.
I have seen your film up to when they are planning for the Easter celebration, and I wanted to know who has played the role of Nina. I mean, the relationship you have shown in the film are very interesting characters, but is she as lead actress famous or not?
Yeah, you're spot on. She's very famous. Okay. She's a Serbian actress. She's the Meryl Streep of the Balkans, I think. She's been in many Emir Kusturica movies. The earlier one, Underground, Dad is Away on Business, but also more recent films like Grabvica, that won the Golden Bear in 2010, 11, somewhere there. So she's a wonderful actress, and the way we managed to have her in this very small production of ours and with very strict finances as well, was because we were very fortunate to have a Serbian co-producer who came in the project the last minute, really. That was, you know, a piece of good fortune in this very, very unfortunate business of making movies. And he liked very much the script, and he said, you know, how can we contribute? So he offered to cover all the expenses of these actors. We could not have afforded her otherwise.
And what happened after that when they are planning to celebrate?
Yes. Why did you leave?
No, because I had to.
Oh, you had to go some. Okay. What happened after the plan? But shall I give away the story?
No, not story. I mean, the end of the maybe.
Of the secret is revealed. So you have to. It's a very it will be a spoiler if I say. There is a you saw up to the point where they were cooking in the kitchen. Oh.
Easter. They're planning that.
They're planning the Easter, but
Easter.
you didn't see the Easter itself. No. The secret is revealed after that. A few scenes afterwards. I'll tell you outside in the corridor.
Any more questions? Yes, please.
Hi, my question is to Ms. Ruiz. Ma'am, I wanted to understand from you, I mean, as compared to male actors, you know, it's a fact that female actors have a very short acting span. I mean, you know, for getting main lead roles. I mean, you know, men keep doing that till their 60s, 70s. So what do you why do you think that happens?
Not in our country. Yes, not in our country. Female, the lifespan of female actresses is quite long, because there are lots of roles. Take mothers, grandmothers, or the aunt, the elder sister. There's so many mature roles that, in fact, like I'm doing a soap opera now, but they have to age me because we ran out of really, you know, actresses that are in their 60s, 70s. Yeah, so they have to age me a little bit because I'm somewhere in between. Okay, so I don't believe that there's a run out of that female actresses have shorter lifespans in this industry. I think it's just a matter of finding out where you can put yourself. Yeah.
How many days have you shot the film? How many days?
36. 6 weeks of 6 days a week.
Okay. And what is the budget? It's a low?
The budget, no, the total budget was for 500,000 euros. Yeah, low budget. 500,000.
In India, most of our films are male-dominated films. In our country, what is the scenario in your country? I want all three of you to.
Sorry, the question was.
Most of the countries are male dominated. Most of the movies are male dominated.
Okay.
In India, the gentleman is saying that most of the movies are male dominated. So, what is the scenario in your countries? I mean, question is to each one of you.
Maybe I can answer it first. In our country, no, it's not. Fortunately, it's not just male dominated. It is, in fact, even the third gender now is very much represented in the television and in the movies. Okay, so there's this trend now in Philippine cinema that gays and even female gays are being recognized in several roles. Okay, so it isn't just the male dominated. Yeah.
And how many films made yearly in Greece?
Madam,
please.
You can confirm that. I think about 20, around 20.
Yeah. Yes. Ma'am, you can
Okay, to answer your question as regards to male-female domination, I think it needs to be distinguished. There's a different presence in the creative and a different presence in the actual production industry side. So I would agree with Ms. Ruiz that, and I think Maria is more suited to answer, but I think we have very solid female roles, as well as male roles, but it is about the kind of stories directors want to tell, which determines what kind of roles we are going to be casting. But in the industry per se, I would say in Greece it is still quite male dominated. I think that's fair. It's a little bit getting a little bit more even with the presence of younger female producers, people actually actively working in the industry, both in a government level and on a private, in a private sector level.
I will agree with Eleni that the industry is still male-dominated, but we have female penetration in certain areas like direction, art direction, writing, in the creative areas. And the female presence in those areas is very, very strong. And as an example, here in Iffi, we have 7 films showing, 3 are made by women.
Madam, the concept of...
sorry,
we need to finish.
To finish the answers.
We need to finish.
And then
we'll just take the
the concept of migration.
Madam?
Hello?
Madam?
Can you please wait till she finishes answering?
Well, about the male dominant in the industry in Indonesia, well, it's interesting because if you look at it in numbers, like if you go to the set, you will see more male. But what is interesting was that there are more female directors in Indonesia for the past 10 years. And most of them have significant, I mean, they're not just the ones that make a film once or twice, you know. They are very prominent figures in the industry, including as especially as producers. Most Indonesian film producers who have this, you know, not just being a filmmaker, they also become this some kind of a how do I say it? It's a big producer, a prominent producer that people are looking up to. Most of them are women, and I think that's quite interesting in Indonesia because as a country, I mean, like most the 80% of the population are Muslims, and most families are paternal. But you find these strong women coming out, and I think it's according to the culture. I think because in Indonesia there are some parts of culture that are very, how do I say, like in Sumatra, women are very, how do I say that? They're treated like men, like they are the one who did the proposing if they are in a marriage. So there are these certain characters, and they're becoming directors, becoming producers as well, and
quite open that.
Yeah.
Family heads.
Sorry? Yeah, they are the family hairs. Yeah, exactly. And in some parts of Indonesia, even though not all of them, but we have those kind of culture. And I think in the film industry as well. I mean, like even though if you go to a set, especially in camera department, you will see more male. In maybe the location managers, you will see more male in it. But in the prominent, I think in the some of the big roles are held by women.
Anyway, a distribution problem in the, suppose you made a film and
yes.
after that you are looking for distributors. So you can easily get, or you have to go door to door or anything?
Well, what's interesting about, well, not so much, it's not interesting. It's the thing about Indonesian industry was that we don't have any distributors yet. Okay. So filmmakers go straight to exhibitor to screen their films. Okay. Yes.
Madam, you use the word like migration. It applies to free birds, and the moment they migrate from one place to other, they freely fly. So how about the family which migrated from one place to other?
How a family?
Yeah, in your film.
Did you see it? I used the word migration, maybe it's wrong, I don't know, maybe it's my wrong word, to say that the film tries to talk about the movement of people. And the position of the film is that the people have always been moving. We behave now in Europe as if this is something new and terrible, and we look at it with, we have developed phobias and piranhas towards that phenomenon. But people have been moving in all history. Movement of people is as old as human history. So that's how I used the term migration. And I wanted to show this through a very contained, simple story of a family in which its members, each member for different reasons and at different times has moved, and now they come together during this Easter holiday, and they have to understand the reasons why each one has had migrated. You say they are free birds, but I think that many times people are moved by force. And in the case of our story, we have one character who was a refugee after the war. He had been deported from Greece to Yugoslavia. Another character comes out of economic necessity, comes as a financial immigrant. And the third character, I mean the main character in fact, she's a woman, a Greek woman who lives in London by choice. So we have these three types of migration within the same family that come together and reveal to us that this is many aspects of one and the same story of people moving and finding themselves in different places from where they were born and seeking a home in all their lives somewhere.
So is it a true story based on or imagination more?
It is a true story.
True story.
Yeah. Of course, the starting point, some of it.
Any more questions?
Yes, hi. My question is to Eleni, Maria and Molly. I want to know what about India intrigues or fascinates or interests you? Maybe a subject that you would like to make a movie on, because there are a lot of movies like Slumdog Millionaire and many other movies where the central, the subject, there's an Indian subject. So would you ever want to make a movie on something, and what would that be?
Let's think. That needs a little bit of
it was very interesting because I was in Australia just before I came to India, and I've actually grown up in Australia, so I'm Australian Greek. And every single taxi driver that I had was Indian. It was quite fascinating. And I was chatting with them, and my last taxi driver, he has a very interesting business. He has a car service, very, very luxurious, and he's doing very well. And I told him I was coming to India, and here comes the migration part of it, because his family is still here, but he and his brother are working there, doing very, very well. And when I did come to India, the first day I arrived in Goa, I just thought, isn't that an interesting story to be told if you were an Australian producer, working with an Indian producer about, the perspective, because even though he's living there doing really, really well for himself, he's a young man, but he still thinks of India as his home, and he desperately misses it. And that's a very personal story to me, because I was born in Greece, I lived all my life in Australia, but I actually went back to Greece, so I live in Greece now, so I go back and forth. So that if I was the director and if I was the writer, that's what I would do.
Anybody else would like to answer that question?
Okay, now making it up now, of course. I have a very good friend that is of Indian origin, but he was not born here. He has only visited India as a tourist. But he's very knowledgeable and fascinated by his home country, and he's a filmmaker as well. I met him at film school in London. He's a wonderful filmmaker in England. He makes lots of films, but his dream is to come and direct this Indian script that he has written, which is really, I think, a very Indian script, because it's set somewhere in the jungle and has to do with whatever he imagines Indian reality may be, or may offer to a story. And I would love to make a documentary, actually, following him in his return trip and effort to realize this movie. And I would be very curious to see how he would communicate his ideas with the people who are decision makers here in filmmaking, and how they would receive his fantasies. I mean, I'm curious myself to see how close he is to, not necessarily reality, because he's written a fantasy piece, but how close he is to understanding the culture that he so much loves from a distance.
Yes. Well, to answer your question, well, I've only been in Goa for like 5 days, so I think, but I'm always interested in people's character, and I'm always interested in how culture shapes this people's characters. And so far, being in Goa, I think, I mean, like, I saw some scenes that probably I'm going to use later in my film, but I still don't have a form yet. I mean, I think I will need more than 5 days to come up with something. But I love it here that I find it's very interesting that whenever there's a screening, whenever there is this master's class with Susan Sarandon yesterday, and there's always a commotion at the door. So there's someone who always wanted to barge in, and someone would prevent that. And I think that's interesting because I mean everybody's so expressive when they watch a film as well. Like they clap and when the other gun. I mean, I don't find this in any other country I've ever been before, and I think that's very interesting. Yeah. So maybe I don't know.
How many films have you seen? 4 of you. Any film seen here?
I think about 4 or 5. Yeah.
3, 4.
Yeah, about 4. Yeah.
Yeah, my question is to Eleni. What, according to you,
Eleni, Maria. I'm Maria. Yes, that's okay.
So, what, according to you, is the concept of home and belonging to those migrants, like who constantly move and migrate? Especially, like if we talk about informal sector workers, like you have the most volatile form of life with respect to the occupation. So, what is the concept of home and belonging to those?
Sorry,
workers?
of
Like
home and belonging to whom?
Those migrant workers or migrants in the entirety, those who are migrating from one place to another.
Yeah, generally, not
generally.
What is my opinion? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, according to you.
Generally, or about the movie?
No, she's trying to bring in that concept of migration, so especially you have done some kind of a research. So I'm just trying to ask you, what according to you is the concept? What you have learned through the entire process of before making the film and all?
My feeling is that people always seek a place to belong and a home. It may be anywhere. It may be where their work is. It may be where their lover is, where their dreams are. So, but I think that it is a very essential human need to be able to refer to something that is stable, and you name it your home, whatever, and you choose that. So, since you choose that, it should be possible to be accepted wherever you choose to be your home. That's my feeling of it.
Thank you.
Madam, for the next movie, do you like to accept Indian writer's story?
I would like to read. I would be very curious, very interested to read. Yeah, I read a lot, and like I said, my friend Alex Pillai has given me all his Indian scripts. And I have read them, and if he ever told me, would you like to make one, I definitely would like to make one.
Do you have any more questions? I have a question actually. It would be a personal, your own experience, personal experience about how difficult or easy has filmmaking business been for you as women? Shall I repeat? You want me to repeat?
No. How difficult it is?
How difficult or easy it has been for you to be in the film business, being a woman?
Okay, it's never been easy. Because I'm a single mom, so I raised 2 children, and the only profession I know is acting. And aside from acting, I also coach professional actors, because I come from the theater, and that's what my background is. Earning a living in the Philippine television and Philippine cinema, being a woman, is never easy. I started as a big player, and I come from an advantage because I come from the theater, my training is in theater, so I'm not, we were theater people, when you're in the mainstream or even independent film, you're not treated as lowly as the real big players. But even with that advantage, that education and my background, it still wasn't very easy. It took me, yes, how many years? I mean, I've done almost all the types of roles given to character roles, okay? Because they would always tap theater people that are easier to direct, okay? But it's only been, what, after 10 years that my efforts and, has been recognized, so it wasn't easy.
The question goes to each one of you, actually. Please.
Okay. I'm not quite sure how to answer that question. I have never really considered my gender or sex in my professional capacity. I've always worked professionally to my best of my ability. Haven't always succeeded, but I always try to do my best. I am not naive enough to think that there aren't limitations or that there isn't a level of perception that being a woman brings to the job. But I actually think of it in a positive way. I do things differently than men do. I actually bring another interpretation to a script. I bring another way of negotiating. I also happen to be a lawyer, so all of these things, come very naturally to me. So I don't consider my gender. I should say in closing, however, that filmmaking and the world of cinema is a universal business. We're all in a world business. And filmmaking everywhere in the world is very difficult. It is sometimes a little bit easier in some countries, and sometimes it's a little bit harder, but filmmaking, getting a film up, raising the financing, making it, and being very true and having integrity to your creative subject and to your director is always a very challenging experience. So I wouldn't consider me being a woman is a disadvantage. I think sometimes it's probably an advantage.
What I have found most difficult to reconcile, and has to do with being a woman, is being a mother and a director. This has been continuous. It is a continuous challenge because time is what it is, and you have to divide it so you're not 100% where you want ever. So that's one thing. And the other is that in Greece, before talking about Greece, I studied in England, and I found it impossible to break through the British film world or television world or advertising world or anything. I finished a very good school. I finished the National Film School, which is considered to be the best. I felt, and I think that part of it had to do with me being a woman. That was my feeling. I returned to Greece and I started immediately working on commercials. But again, that world was very male dominated. I was told by people that in the companies I worked with that I was one of the very few women that worked in that field. So there are certain areas that being a woman in this business, in this job, is not very easy. But I think being a mother makes it very, very difficult.
And I think it is said that a woman has to work more than male if you are in a filmmaking. Is it true?
No, not more than men. Because if you have more work in your private life, not because men work less in work. No.
They have to work at home also. That maybe it is between.
Yes. Well, I'm a mother as well, so I totally relate to that. But I think being a mother, a filmmaker or not, is hard in itself. So, so I think but regarding about being a filmmaker, I think being a female filmmaker, I find it actually being a female is more of an advantage. For instance, when in 2008 I won this Citra Award, like the Oscars in Indonesia, like local Oscar in Indonesia. And I noticed that because winning that award, the best woman, the best director award, by being a woman, actually I got more media attention rather than when it is a male winning it. It sounds more sexy, maybe, I don't know, because I'm a female. It is, right? When the next year when I saw, I mean, like a male guy, like this senior won the award, and I was like, why didn't he get this front page on like I did last year? Oh, that's because I was a woman. So I find it more of an advantage. But in regarding about media attention as well, I hate it when they say that I'm a female director. They always say that. They always say it by this female director, Molly Surya. Does it matter if I'm a male or female, you know, or when audience approaches me and say, oh, I don't know that this film was made by a female. Yeah, I always get that, but yeah, it's that happens. I mean, yeah, I'm a female, but I think my biggest challenge will be when when there's a media coverage when I'm promoting my film. If I'm a male director, I won't need makeup. I won't need dressing up, a lot of dressing up. But being a female filmmaker, I got interviewed by these female magazines when you have to appear pretty, and not, you know, I'm appearing really not being myself just to promote my film. I think that's my biggest challenge.
Thank you so much for answering it, and thank the audience also. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Well, that was fun.
Thanks.
That's makeup.
Yeah, you have to wear makeup. But a guy from